Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
I sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
I sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while. Survivor Maine, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile. Looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love.
Can someone cue up the next match before I lose my mind?
Hello, gamers. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I hadn't quite finished my sandwich. Oh, and I have a doggy here. Hi, Lily. You want to say hi? Yeah. Lily's after the exact same sandwich. Hi, doggy. Hi. You're always coming to say hi, huh? Okay, now you need to back off. Bye. That was enough. Welcome in, everyone. We are here with the regular DVD content, but with a special place in mind. Earth Day, for all of us to be just mindful, taking one moment to think about the Earth that we'll share, that we're in together, and the climate change. It's something that I am kind of confronted with on the daily, you know, with working with the dogs, working at the horses stables, especially at the horses, because there's so much going on there that is involved with looking, how do you say, the caring of the animals and the impact of that on the climate. So we have a lot of ways how to work together with local parties, for example, to help them get rid of hay or grass and stuff like that that we use for food for the animals, but also getting rid of the manure for the horses and the cows, working together with parties that use that to grow mushrooms or to fertilize land, stuff like that. So I'm really happy to be contributing to this today. I'm the first of the raid train, so I'm very excited to be kicking us off. Oh, this dog just keeps finding the cat toys. She wants to play with it, but I'm not actually going to allow her. Yes! So we are the first one. That's why I'm starting early today. Didn't know you were going live. I'm live always on Wednesday, Glenny. But today I'm extra early because we are raiding out at my 5 p.m. To the next person in the raid train. Let's see who's here. Mina! Congratulations on getting first. Let's go. Welcome in. Yes, you're back, baby. You're back indeed. It's good to have you. How was yesterday? How the cats? Taze, congratulations on getting second. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 53, Taze. Hex, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the 43. Have a lovely stream, Micah. Thank you so much. Avian, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 33. Mr. Fox, welcome in. Good to see you again. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 6. I thought it was Tuesday. Ignore me. Actually, yeah, I'm not usually live on Tuesdays unless there's a special occasion or a collab or something. But yes, we are live today. I'm planning some games with Avian, but if anybody wants to hop in for now, you're welcome to join. We are still on the grind for points, as always. We're on 4 mil here. Be right back. Okie dokes. And I think this week's objective is to try to get Megan to be 80. Yeah, we're just gonna go and jump in, I suppose. You made a pig rage this morning? What happened? Be honest. Was it anybody we knew? Daddy Wesker? Yeah, summon him. Why is my hair the same as this other Megan? I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think this is the way to go either. I think we'll go like this. You were on 200 ping? You were on their server and you looped him. Didn't I? When I was trying to go for a world record? Oh, he was trying to go for a world record. Well, I mean, they chose the wrong day to go for a world record, didn't they? That's huge, Glenny. Is game audio like super loud for y'all? I wonder. I feel like I'm going deaf. It's too much. I'm gonna have to turn it down. It was 3-on-1 most of the game. You looped him for the last 3 gens all the way out the exit gate. Oh my god, Glenny, that's huge. I mean, they can't fucking be raging over that. They should have made a different decision if they're going for a world record and they're getting juiced. Hi, Dahlia, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? Clipped it? Yes, yes, yes. It's going on the TikTok. Wonderful. You know what's not going on the TikTok? This Singularity Gaming. 1 second. Yes, this is my tourney setting for sound. Yes, the weather today in the Netherlands is absolutely wonderful. I worked at the horses for 2 hours. And it was quite chill with the sun out. And then I walked the dogs after, which was also wonderful. Sunny but windy? Yeah, that was us yesterday. Sunny but windy. The wind was freezing cold still, even though the sun was out. But now it's really, really nice. Dahlia, enjoy the doggo treat. Thank you for the 49. You're doing goodish. The struggles of looking for a job? Yes. That sucks. Stay motivated. Keep at it. Keep pushing. It will happen. I do know what I want to do for college in September. Oh, would you want to share? Oh, that's search. Or infectious fright. I don't know. Wait. How is that? How did he get back to that gen so quickly after downing someone? Huh. Ah, logopedie? Yeah. I also wouldn't know what that is in English. Oh my god. It's infectious fright. Well, Megan had the breaks. Yeah, it's definitely speech therapy themed. Alright, well, in that chaos, we managed to get 2 gens done. Hi, Masha. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? Speech therapist. In Swedish, we call it logoped. Logoped? Yeah, that makes sense. Where is this? Well, fuck me, I guess. Maybe I should have dropped it, I don't know. I'm good, how are you? How's games? It's first game on, Singularity on this Borgo map. I mean, the team is chilling. I'm literally in solo queue, but these gamers are gaming. We already had a Megan with an unbreakable clear fucking 3-man slug situation. We popped 2 gens for the first hook, and that Alan Wake just went for a massive Sabo play, preventing the hook on me. So at the minute, this game is looking pretty chill. It's Singularity, Masha. It's Slugularity, actually. Yeah. Like I'm gonna fall for that twice, buddy boy. Thank you, Michaela. Yes. He's very scary. Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay.
Terrible construction.
Is a slug singularity? A singularity. We know I is single. So that's overclock mode, Masha. That's his power. So you see the bubble I have on my back here? I'm like infected with that now. You see Michaela doesn't have one, but she'll get one from sticking around me. When I have a bubble like that tagged, he can... There we go. He can teleport to me. Then he's in overclock mode. And when he's in overclock mode, there's kind of no... you can't really hold him back with pellets, and he vaults really fast. He teleports to you. I don't make it. I should have gone for my usual loop at the window. Oh my god. Nice. I do like learning stuff. You're good at explaining and teaching. Oh, well, I try. It's hard sometimes. I hate this killer always camping and looking on those bubble things. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this killer either. Sassy Brick. I'm not a fan of this killer at all. This team is doing really well though. I'm literally solo queue. But these gamers are gaming. And I'm here for it. I don't know if he can... Hi, Fogbite. Yeah, he can't reach me. That's hilarious, actually. Fun to play, not so fun to play against? Yeah. I can see that. Is he coming down the stairs or no? No. Okay, Ajen. Yeah, definitely not my favorites. Not my favorite. He's using the blob to try and get to me, but I am just out of range here, hiding behind the gen. He's definitely coming now. He's upset. Oh. That's unlucky, gamer. I'm playing Megan today. Generally the strategy is to have a whatever this thing is called handy. So whenever your teammates who's in chase gets blob on them, that you can remove it for them. So they can't use their teleport, their overclock. What the fuck? I think he's putting... Oh no, he's following me. He was putting new blobs up. He put a new blob here as well, because he was upset that he couldn't see me through the cameras. So I'm going to... An EMP, thank you, Mr. Fox. You know everything. I appreciate you. An EMP. So I'm going to disable his camera now. So I can do this gen in peace. He's gonna come here, but the other gen is almost done. Yeah. That is Jew. He was, these gamers were gaming. Like, absolutely gaming. Very, very good team. Like, they were smashing gens. That was good stuff. That was good stuff. Then you have English, where everyone says a variant of ananas, and English will be like pineapple. Yes, 100%. Ayo, Fabio.
Hooray. Fabio
40
1989
months.
subscribe
Thank
to your
you,
channel
my longest
for 40
subscriber,
months.
gamers. Fabio, thank you so much for the continued support. Thank you for the 40 months. I appreciate you. How are you doing? Let me find the wheel. We spin the wheel for you for your resub. And thank you for the killer, DC. And then Fabio, enjoy the ad reviewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Thank you so much. Good day. Good day to you. It reminds you of like a bug zapper? Yes, it kind of does. Oh my god, Giraffe Head again, guys? Such a treat this week. It's the best hat. You already know it. Yeah. Me too. I also love the giraffe hats. It's the very best. All right. we go again. Are you doing exclusively solo? No, no, no. You're allowed. If you want to come play, Mr. Fox, you can come game. There will be a point where I'm gaming with Avian, but I don't have a time, and I don't know if he wants to do duo or whatever. So, but you're very welcome to join today. Next match, gotta boot up. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I can. Are you good for peeps to join, Avian? Do you want your lobby because you go UK, no? I mean, you're welcome to join mine. I don't know your VPNing wishes these days. There we go. I have BPS on for you. Cool. Avian's personal school, that's Tori. They have a P100 Tori. They are Tori main, and they're quite unique in that. Because you don't see a whole lot of Tori players out there. They have pretty amazing fits. Off to do stuff. I go. Hope to catch you when you're back. Alright, Dahlia. I'm on till 5 today. You played 7 killer games? Oh, 3 cheater lobbies. Maybe Survivor is the way to go. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a lot of cheaters. I was watching Mike yesterday and their twin streak, God of IQ. They're on a 400 win streak with twins. They're absolutely cracked at the game. We did encounter a Dwight, a Globe Dwight with a legacy skin. But from their gameplay, we kind of decided that they were not a cheater. Okay. There's Baba. I will be dropping every pallet, by the way. Don't worry about it. Oh, is he in basement? I will be stealing the item if they're in basement. Guys, a basement Baba. It is! Oh my god! We're going in! Oh No, I'm going out! Wait, I thought it was gonna be a fun basement, Bubba. Today's basement Bubbas, they don't know the rules. I think Tap's dead. Is it Lightborn? Or do you not have an angle? um... I don't know. I was very excited until I wasn't. Like, if I'm just gonna go down there for him to chainsaw us, then there's no point for me going down there. If there was a chance... Wait, why are the names, like... weird on the message, the Nightbot message? I need to try that again. Ace is gonna go check it out. If he turns left, he has a pallet. Oh my god, DS! There's no way. That's huge. Oops. I don't know what the plan is. He might have Delhi. He might have Delhi. But he... but the tap went down. So I don't know if that's gonna work. Where's my... Thank you for the dance, Lake. Where's the dancing dogs? Why did that change? Yeah, it wasn't a safe rescue. It was a good effort. Lake, welcome in. Enjoy the dog treat. Thank you for the 63. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna go. I don't know. Yeah, the dancing dogs are hiding. I don't know. So I need to change this because this is so weird. Okay. There we go. This is the full message. Who's upset here? Tap. Don't stream, you're an imbecile. Okay, gamer, calm down. It was Lightborn. It was a super fun match. That, I don't know if I will be... If I will load in time? Oh, because it was... Because it was so quick? Oh my god. Okay, found this. Well, I mean, it's your call. Do you want us to play another one? Or do we wait? Okay, we go another round. Yeah, pathetic. Pathetic little kid of a gamer. Like... If it was the same... I think it was the tap that was the angry one, right? In the endgame chat. He's the one that went down to the Baba because of his mistake. What am I gonna do? The ace? Oh, it was the ace. Well, then... He shouldn't have gone for a save. Like, it's literally... It was a death sentence. You should have let the... You should have let the... tap die. And you get points. It's GG. Like, seriously. No issue. I shouldn't be streaming? Okay. Like, I don't even understand what they mean. You sent a picture in Discord? What picture? What's that? You gonna need 5 minutes after the bang? Yeah, fine. We'll be down for voice. No pressure. For me, it's better if we don't. What is... Did they have a bear in the back of this garbage truck? That's so funny. Well, this ace wants to play with me. Well, she's dead as hell. A big teddy bear in the back of the garbage truck. I saw them looking at this like, what? That's funny. Who threw the bear out? Yes. Well, it looks at least like they are keeping him at the back of the truck so they can see the view, get some fresh air. I think it's for fun too. That's what it looks like. It's not like he's stuck. That's pretty cool. Ah, here's the gin. It does look awesome. Alright. Good thing I didn't make you wait, because I had a loading bug where I was stuck in. Oh, on the initializing shaders? Okay, but I saw you loading in this time. That's good. Oh, that was very close. That was a very sexy medium. I don't know that this is the way to go with Blight. Well, that's unlucky. I went too far. Jess! Happy Wednesday, welcome in. Enjoy your 15 treats. Thank you so much. Oh my god, someone's zooming by. I know we have several gens with progress. It's a blight. It's a blight, Masha. Yes, he's very common. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel.
Tondero1 followed your channel.
Hi Jack, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. It's probably the strongest killer in the game, therefore it's very common. Yes, exactly. Exactly what Avian says. I think Blight is the strongest killer in the game. Hello? Well, Nurse, surely? You think Nurse is the strongest in the game? I mean, Nurse and Blight both up there. Nurse currently? Yeah, I wouldn't know about that. GG's. JJ's. This has got to be you, right? Yeah. All good. Are you playing Meg today? I can play Talita today. They're both at P70. Why'd Yui not pick you up? I don't know. I feel like Yui was struggling altogether because she went down super fast at the beginning, and I don't even think that she was in a shitty position there, but maybe less knowledge of the gameplay. Is it running training day today, Jess? Words? I got words. Alright, Lake, catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. You were considering it, but you might do a wait session. Why can't you do both? Oh, wait, it's like... Hey, we got the word Earth for Earth Day? That's huge. Why am I still... Oh. Hi, Tom. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? How is your health keeping up? How is your how's your ear feel? Rate? Do we think tar is a word? Nice. Heart? I guess not. Apparently, my ear looks fine, but they found out that I need to have a good concussion. It was a concussion. Yeah, I've been lifting weights. Yeah. I just realized that as I was saying it out loud. Okay, the ear's almost done. That's fine. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, with the concussion, that's gonna take. I'm sorry, it's gonna take more time. Okay, they saw that the hole was almost closed again. Okay, that's good. Um, around 6 weeks. Okay, that's not bad then. I was wondering, so what are they recommending for the concussion? Because surely they want you to take more rest, but like it's been a week and a half already. I don't know that I know any words with these letters, honestly. You just need to keep an eye out if not getting worse. Okay. Oh, there's C words? See, I don't know any words with these letters. Nothing. Nothing comes to mind. Hold on. The dogs are fighting over who gets to sit where. I'll put down a second cloth. Hello, game? Hello, game? Wait, what? My game's just not there. Nice. It's just not there. Bro. What? Please stop. Nou, kom maar op de foto. Oh, the dog is being mean to her sister, so I'm just gonna. She's gonna have to sit on my lap. So what? Now the other one wants on here too. No, you're too big. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Hold on, I got dog problems. Unbelievable. So I put down a new cloth, right? For the small dog, because the English Bulldog has pushed the Frenchie off of the little cloth that I put down. So I put down a new cloth for the Frenchie. And now the English Bulldog has taken over that cloth as well on the floor. So the Frenchie is just on my lap right now. Yeah, she's very cute. Hi, Mikey. Welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your daily dog treat. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, the face. I know. Look at you playing like I did when I was 8. Yes! Beauty pics will be up tonight. Yes, they will be. From HorrorCon. That's cool. I'm excited to see. Yeah, the ears are the best. I'm excited to look at the pictures of HorrorCon. I have a feeling you're not comfortable at all. Like, I don't think you're comfortable, like, at all. He's got nowhere to hide, right? No, he's chilling. Alright. What if you sit a little bit up like this? Oh. Better? I don't know where the killer is. We're cranking gens though. Uh-oh. I don't know where he is. Well, he's definitely up my ass. Bamboozle? Wonder what happens if you Bam Bam's it. Oh my god, Boogie. Can he curve this? Not from there, there's no chance. I told you. Ah, and he took that wide. That was well played. Yeah, the snorting, yes. Oh my god! The last 10 play! That was huge! That was beautiful, Avian. Her name is Bo, Jess. And the English Bulldog's name is Lily. For those of you that were here a year and a half ago, Lily was still a puppy when I was dog sitting her. And a lot of streams would be interrupted with me yelling. I'm not going to do it now because she's sleeping next to me. But with me yelling out her name because she was up to something and some trouble. Sorry, I took your window. Maggie's gonna get herself pushed out here. It does leave a window for an unhook. Unlucky. You may need to take the... Oh. Unlucky. Mr. Fox, get out here. Nice. GG. Gamers, we're gonna start run a quick ad break before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. Damn, we did. We did. I was kind of hoping he would go past that locker. That was a guess that maybe was not the right choice. I don't know what's going on with my game today, guys. I don't know what's going on with the game. I have to eat my lunch, guys. Hey, Freddy. Wow, I just completely missed the fucking pellets. I am miles away from that, by the way. What is there? Lily's putting on her sad face because she can't sit on my lap. She's like literally like, you don't have to be sad, you can sit here. With the ears down and everything. Nah, she's giving me that treatment. I'm definitely dying in the nothing. Not yet though. Good effort, Avian. I wonder if they had their last stand up already and they were trying to double vault it for a save. And then the dissolution clocked us. Oh, yeah, I'm just getting tunneled here. Okay, not yet. Nice. Nice jukes there. I heard a gen. How are y'all doing? We're good, Jack. How are you? How's your Wednesday going? Games are fun. I have good company. The weather is gorgeous. I already went to the horses this morning. I have a cute little doggo sleeping on my lap. We're good. You're just waiting for the boys. Ah, new episode today. Nice. God, I hate waiting for episodes when it's a show you're watching. DS, nice. I just want to watch everything when it's convenient for me and not have to wait for a new episode. How long are you gonna have to be going for? Nice. Nice little medium. We love to see it. Where the fuck did he go? Yeah, I saw that locker tech. That was GG's. That well done. I kind of want to heal. We all want to heal. Oh my god. Nah, he just knows everything. Where's this hook? All the way over here. I can barely see anything on this map. Oh my god. Beam safe, maybe? A lot of pressure this game. This Freddy knows what they're doing. The early down on me was not helpful. Oh my god, the dead arts. I don't have less stand up. One of these pallets is fake. This one is definitely fake. I thought I was at another tile, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, of course, Avian, go for it. Of course. I need to change something. Grim is here. Let's go. Lily's still looking at me like I'm the meanest person in the world because the Frenchie can sit on my lap and I wouldn't let her also. I mean, it doesn't fit. She's too big. She's quite heavy dog as well. But she's definitely giving me a hard time. Oh. For having the Frenchie on my lap. If at any point anyone wants to join, I will hop and let them game. Alright, I think we're good. But thank you, Mr. Fox. I appreciate that. Dracula. What happened with that dog? I wonder what happened with that dog. Jesus. It was a pain rest. Grim ate that pain rest. And this is another slowdown. I wonder if anyone can go for the save. I'll stick my gen for now. Okay, Grins and Chase. Oh shit. I can finish this and make the unhook. Before they go second. Dog, you're very, very close to falling off my lap, baby girl. Oh, for the people play. Everybody hold their breath. We're in the clear. Hi Granny, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. How was your stream yesterday? Granny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 40. Hilarious. Hilarious is good. I don't make this. Ben. Woo! Hold on. Gorgeous. I didn't know if their last stand was up yet. Maybe now. Where the fuck was that fire? Unlucky. Oh shit. One of your mods clipped something out of context? Ah, you laughed so hard you were crying. Oh, that's the best though. I love that. Having fun and having like gaming that brings a smile to your face. No, you're fine, Avian. That was funny as fuck. I didn't realize you didn't have last stand up yet. The first save, but the beam was impeccable. I tried moving out of the way so you could pass. Yeah, but my pathing is shit though, Avian. Like, there's no... there is no predicting my pathing. That's what makes it hard, because I make these weird decisions and then you kind of like... you're in each other's way. Pathing. Barely know her? Hi Phoenix, welcome in, how are you? Okay, doggy, I think it's time you go back on your cloth again. Because this is not working out. You're too... the way you want to sleep here is... It's not gonna work. What's up? Lily looking at me like, okay, now I can sit on your lap. And I'm like, no. Phoenix, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 6 treats. We go again. Okay, these dogs might need a bigger cloth, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, Krasu! Cute giraffe hat's my favorite hat, Phoenix. It's my favorite hat. Krasu said the flying wig of doom. Yeah, the flying wig. Have you not faced them, Mr. Fox? Or did you ask us about Krasu? Oh my god, on this map. They're just gonna be spitting that fucking poison against the wall. Hits everything. Oh, Avian doesn't like to double up on gens, I forgot. Whoops! I forgot! I don't know if I make this, honestly. Hex face the darkness. And the dissolution. I don't know where she is. Eat this first. Cool. Yeah, ma'am, your organs are showing. Hex face the wig. It's really a miserable killer to go against. You're here all day with dad jokes? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But this is a typical-ish Krusty Sue build. Yeah, of course. This solution is kind of like standard, right? Because pallets is their problem. When they are so slow in the wig mode. The wig don't like no pallets. And what the wig doesn't want, she shouldn't have. The wig is like all-knowing. She gets splinters in her organs. Yeah, that can't be good, Phoenix. That can't be good for anyone. Wait, hello? And Pain Res too. So Pain Res, Face the Darkness, Dissolution. To be honest, RPD is dirty. She gonna get gunk in her lungs. Oh. If she flies around unprotected, you mean? Wow, both these gens had progress. Exactly. She needs to be more mindful. Slurp up the debris. Yeah, that's go. Oh, you want me to go there? I can go there. I don't know how to deal with this, honestly. Yeah, this just hits. There's nothing you can do. How did Avian get injured from that? Intestinal slapping, you hate to see it? Nah, I really do. I really do. And she's so skinny. Model goals right there. Looks like, our friend Mr. Fox hasn't lost his knack for fighting spicy totems. Making RPD or catwalk? There's a lot of cool hallways where you can like catwalk here, I think. It's not a bad idea at all. Ah, fuck my life. Oh, you're so fucking cringe. Oh. I forgot about this solution. The catwalk with the guts flowing behind her. Unbelievable. Grimace also death hook. It's not great. I appreciate them taking the hit. Fat shaming. The flying meat sack. Love to see it. Yeah, she's not that skinny, I guess, huh? Avian takes it down for Grim. How much longer? Oh. Okay, well this is the only gen with progress. You're no organs allowed past this point. Taking a risk here. Jill, happy Wednesday. Welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 61. You don't usually write in caps, but it felt appropriate. I think it was very suitable for the occasion. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, Sketch. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 36. Caps? What are caps? Yo, Sketch. I learned something yesterday, gamer. I was hanging out over at God of IQs, right? I was not feeling great yesterday, so I just hung out on the couch with the dogs. And I was watching his stream his twin streak, right? Listen, guys. You know how Sketch always giving people shit? And you know what God of IQ said? He said, okay, well, you know what, Sketch? From now on, for every map that I get, that I hate, you're getting a 30-second timeout. Bro loads into Hawkins and goes, sorry, Sketch. Boof, 30-second timeout. It got so bad, guys. It got so bad that at one point, people in chat were offering to take the 30-second timeout on Sketch's behalf. Oh my god. That was a new thing that was discontinued already. I think we should continue it here. You're very lucky that we're on RPD. That's my favorite map. But I think that could be a thing. I think it could definitely be a thing here too. Oh, the dead arts. Unlucky. It's free. It's just free as fuck. It's boring. It's no skill. It's free. Yeah, go fuck yourself, bitch. Wig at that, Christy. Background player value. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I don't know why my screen is doing that. I don't know why it's changing. It looks like these gamers make it out of here. Thank you for the dance. Prostitute is an interesting concept, just poorly delivered, but I feel that behavior do that a lot. I just think it's so difficult at this point, Phoenix, to deliver something that's like innovative but works for both killer and survivor mains. 1 second. You're A1 on both sides as of this morning. Massive. That's huge, Glenny. Congrats. There's no space on my lap for you. You're too big. You're very sweet. But also, stay down. Thank you. Jill, welcome in. How's it going? It's good. We're gaming with Avian. We have the wonderful Mr. Fox here, and Grim joined as well. This is Avian's friend. And we are part of the Seed raid train. Hi, Grim. Greetings and salutations. GG. GG, thanks for taking chase earlier on against the Krasu when I was Death Hook. Yes, you're also here. I was talking about in-game, but yes, you're here. Why did I get banned? I saw the word Ghostface somewhere, and I'm just like, yeah, no. So that's what happened. Yeah, games are alright. A little bit difficult. Guys, I played 2 games of Clown yesterday. Don't judge me. I think I could enjoy clown. Like, I learned so much. You were inserting yourself into the narrative. I know, trying so hard not to judge. No, you're fine, you're fine. You're also here. And take up space. Yeah, like I was saying, we're streaming with Seed today, the Streamers Engaged on Earth Day, just for us all to come together and yeah, be mindful about climate change and what we do here on Earth and for the environment. I was telling earlier that it's something that I face on the daily. When we're working over at the horses, we always have to be very mindful, because in the the animal industry, it is a big impact on the environment. So there's lots of restrictions, and as a group, between the farmer, the horse owners, the people that work at the horses, everybody's another Baba. That's insane. We're always coming together and working together to uphold all of those the rules, the restrictions, to make sure we work together. Oh fuck, I did not mean to do this. Well, GG. Bro, I fell down the building. I was trying to fast vault. So yeah, I'm super excited to be the first one of the raid train here today. We're raiding out at 5 p.m. for you those of you wondering how long you're gonna be streaming for. We'll be raiding out at 5 into the next streamer. Trying so hard not to judge. Playing some 4 a.m. the Ghoul games. Nice. You had an 8 on the case. Clicking flash and stop taking hits. With BT, so you tunneled out No Mercy, and the 8 gave up. Probably Geo, and then 4K4 only 2 stables left. Oh, you farmed with them? Nice. Good, good, good. Oh my god. Was there a reason why we screamed? Also, Killer Ping? Ah, thwack, yes. You're probably right. Why do I have a feeling he's up here? Because he is. Thwack, you guys know. I forgot about Thwack. Oh, hold on. Bo. It sounds like there could be someone at my door. Bo Black's here. You had to get off earlier, Rise and Henry. I was like, that's enough. Yeah, that's not good. Rise are the worst. I sweat like you punched a family member. Nah, they do. For real. This banning thing is not sticking around. I think it's catching on. I think it's catching on, honestly. You can only ban me when you get the thing you hate, not for just saying them. No, I can ban you for when you say it. You know, you should know better than to say them. So yeah, I think we're good. It's our second Bubba of the day. We did get a very angry gamer in chat earlier. I'm gonna see if I find their message. It was a basement Bubba. So two people went in basement, and one never came back out. And then someone decided to trade that, and then they died in basement, and they went out of their way to tell me that I was so trash at the game, and that I shouldn't be, hold on, streaming. They actually came to stream as well. This is the workday occupied by MVP? Yes, perfect. Perfect timing, right? Usually I'm open to talk to people when they come in angry and like just to hear them out, but this person I insta-banned. I rarely do that. I was like, no, you're an absolute dickhead, and I'm not actually going to allow you to talk to me like that for no reason. It was a basement Bubba, it was GG's. Yeah, DBD, it really isn't that serious. And also, it's like, I can imagine getting upset over a sandbag, or, you know, the last gen, someone sandbagging you, you don't get out. I understand the frustration. I understand the frustration about tumbling. But to go out of your way to find a streamer's live stream over a basement Bubba, by the way, that's a death sentence no matter how anybody plays. To go and give them names, that's where I'm gonna have to draw the line. You really shouldn't save against basement Bubba. You take the 3 out. Somebody stays in the basement. Maybe they get a self-unhook from the camping. You waste more time. Your team does gens. It's a 3-man out. It's a win. You can talk about it for a long time or a short time, but a 3-man out against the camping basement Bubba is a win for the survivors. It's not a win for Bubba. Turn back the clock. Stop sketch banning for no reason. It's not for no reason. We've literally just established you cannot talk about Ghostface in my chat. And you're still doing it. Fuck, I would have had the last stand too. I need to get to some sort of safety. Well, this will have to do. No, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah. Great. I remember I was having one on Garden of Joy and I had Deliverance. Yes. I mean, a deli play is a good play. The problem is, we don't know if the ace had deli, but the gamer that he saved went down, so it wasn't a safe unhook. Why does it look like he's back at Avian? Because he is. Problems. Oh my god, the anti-cam. He got it last second. Oh my god, Avian's fucking juicing over here. Hmm. This is not good. I don't have any pallets here. I don't have a pallet here. Do we think it's Noed? That's the question. Oh my god. I hate it when I run into... Bro, pallets don't drop, I'm telling you. Da-da. I don't have anything in here. Guys, it's time to take the 2 men. Bro, he was terrified that they were gonna come back. It's kind of funny, honestly. Oh, they're wholesome. Cool! GG, GG. Good game. Good chase. Yeah, I'll run as well. Guys, we're gonna run an ad right now. We'll do it before we go into the next game. So you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. You Loki expect a Blood Warden. Yeah, it could have been Blood Warden too, honestly. Okay, we dumped 4.7 mil into Talita. We got 5 BPS for that. W5 BPS. And we still need a good, what, 500,000 to get Talita to 75. Nice, nice, nice. All right. I hear corrupt, I think. Hmm. Clown. Well, that serves me right for playing clown, right? Honestly. Ah, yeah, clown karma. The gens are blocked, yes. What are you screening? I have sandwiches. I had some sandwiches for lunch. Now, before you start yelling at me, Glenny, yes, there was fish involved. I did have a salmon salad on one of my sandwiches. I'm leaving. And I have raw meat on the other one. Also worst for my Dutchies here. With some salt and pepper, and it's delish. Be a Cenobite main like me, raw meat. Yeah, it's raw. It's raw. It's you can eat it, Glenny. I don't know what the word would be in English, but yeah, it's raw. Are you more mad about the meats or about the fish? Xenobites. I'm gonna have to try it on stream, no? Xenobite clay. That was an excellent chase, Grim. We got 2 gens done. Want to talk to your psychiatrist? You need help? It's so good though. I need to go. I do not need to go. I want to know what's in here. Second filler towards Paragon. That was a really good chase, Grim. GG's. Oh my god! Can I grab this toolbox, please? For the love of God? Oh, and a save. Massive. He's going back to Grim, to Mr. Fox. I wonder... There's no vault. There's no vault. I can't save him. With Last Stand, there's no vault. Ah, you're picking everything up. Any means gaming. Such a good perk. I ran Any Means in one of our tourney games. It reminds me of how much fun that perk is. Oh. I had no idea where they were. I need to leave. Ah, you got Deja. The 3 gens near Shack. I mean, I think all the gens were here because there was 2 in mid. 2 here at Shack. All the gens are here. Maybe I shouldn't have finished main, but I had so much progress on it already. Those gamers are trying to go in for a save. Yes, Glenny, we will talk about your build. Tell me what it was. Wiglip Gaming. I go back to my gen. Even you are ashamed of Survivor. I mean, what could you possibly run? Think of every perk I hate. The perks that you hate when you play Killer? Facing Survivors with these perks? Oh. Why did it take him so long to use his pain resist? I need to go for this unhook because the avian's going to stick around for this save. Look at him go. Beautiful. I mean, DS, probably. Exhaustion perks? Like second chance stuff? Got it. Oh my god, I got it. I got scared there for a second. Because he saw me coming. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have finished that main gen. Fast track, SB. Finesse. And Windows. Fuck. He's giving us a hell of a rough time because he saved all his, You need a finesse cause ping? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Resi is just as rough, no? Oh, Resi does nothing on 200 ping though. Okay. Yeah, okay, then it makes more sense. We thought the heal was done. It was the autodidact stack here. Your plan was to avoid first hit for as long as possible and avoid 50-50s? Yeah, I mean, when you go on that high thing, you kind of gotta play a different way, right? It's a different play style. Glenny, I just realized I'm having more fish for dinner. I thought I'd share that little fact with you. Your final chase in the big game? Nearly 3-minute chase! Oh my god! That is huge. That's really good. And they were going for a world record? Were the first, like, downs happening so quickly? Of course you are, he said. We were at 3 survivors. Oh, one was dead already because the tunnel out. Holy hell. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of big then. Oh, they explained it to you in game. Oh, they're either out or dead. They had Coup! Guys, that's the second gamer we've had today with Coup! 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 Fantastic team synergy. Love it. I love it too. I think we're cooking. Coup! I love a bit of Cook Online. Yeah, me too. It's a good fucking good perk that. I brought this new skin cream because I never go into town, right? I mean, I didn't really go into town. I went to the mall, my local mall, because I needed some. I'm struggling with my sore throat. Still have been for almost a week now. So I wanted to get some new medication. And the drugstore that I went to get this stuff at, they had all these like skincare products on sale, like huge sales. And so I bought all this stuff. This has no smell to it, but it feels kind of nice. It was like these expensive like day creams and stuff I don't really care about. Like, I don't like to spend so much money on it, you know? Look how fancy. It comes with a little spoon so that you don't have to dip your finger in the cream before putting it on your face. Like, that's fancy, schmancy stuff. Hello. Hi. Hi. You don't want to go to sleep on the floor on your little cloth? Yeah. You came in for hugs, guys. Okay. And back down you go. What's up? How do I get over the fact that once I start destroying survivors, I feel bad and let the last two farm? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Jill. You're just really good on killer. You bought your sister some creams for Christmas and it was expensive? Yeah. The Geknor, yeah. The face stuff, the skincare products, like good skincare products, is so expensive. So I was really interested into buying some of these to test some stuff out, right? Because I enjoy that. I might get some more tomorrow after work. After the game, we need to take a 10-ish break, leave squad, and the squad when I come back, I'll join again. Alright. Meyer scratched mirror. Oh, okay. I don't mind. Scratch mirror is fine. On this map, we're chilling. You were stuck for like 15-20 minutes because they kept not doing the gen. I got sent to finish it. I mean... I get ruthless like that, Jill, because at some point, I'm gonna want to move on. So if they're just like waving at me, not doing the last gen, I will be taking them out because I will be moving on. Yeah, Sable things, I suppose. I mean, after the game you had, it was really kind of nice that you ended up with the two Sables chilling, right? 4K4 when he started? Yeah. It's so funny the sounds the dogs make, right? Am I being chased? Yes. Oh. Oh yeah, it could be Scratch Mirror, definitely. I'm considering going for an unhook anyway. I think he's going to go for the gen. So people mistake it for growling. So I had someone come to my door on, I think it was, yes, I think it was Sunday. It was a friend of mine. She came to deliver me something that she got for me. And the dog gets all like riled up when it's When the doorbell goes, right? What in the world are you trying to hit? Does he have Wiglip too? Sorry, sorry, Grim. We were kind of holding we were kind of stuck with you. Sorry. He picked up the pallet and he's back in chase. What a gamer. Oh, Dead Art! I was taking that hit. Well, I mean, I was not actually taking that hit. Holy! You can make that. I see it happening. Yeah, it's easy. The way this man locked himself up in a dead end and got the beam save anyway. I'd love to see it. Yeah, so people mistake it for growling. And I have to explain to people it's not growling, it's like, it's their breath is like heavy. You know how crazy it's on different servers and how people do the same stuff and it works or not? Do you mean because of ping? Or you mean without knowing from each other people make the same plays? You watch Davros, everyone wait for Dead Art like everyone. It's actually mental. Everyone tries to window Dead Art. Really? And no killer swings? And then other server people instant swing like, yeah. I mean we're on UK now. But I don't think Avian has played in a long time, so they definitely that definitely impacts MMR, right? When you take a break. Nah, this Myers was struggling with this team. Even though I almost killed Grim. After the Wiglip pickup. Oh, it's Noad, it's Noad, it's Noad. Best believe it's Noad. Like Pseudonix, he turns around mid-chase. Runs to the killer. Dead Art killer swings and I'm looking at that like, huh? Yeah. It's I think Avian found it. Unless he's cleansing dolls for points. No, he did find it. That's good. I'll go back to the gates. There we go. You don't know Ed? I mean, this Myers knew Ed. He knows all about it. I can't believe that he ended up chasing Avian towards that totem. More obvious, it's impossible, but they still swing? Yes, I understand you. And then there's me who fakes Dead Art 14 times. He could be nice with Grim still. In the same chase, and then maybe I get it off, right? Can you imagine when Davros played and he gets Chucky in game and he knows it's Chucky Enjoyer? Yeah. So that's why I always wonder what it must be like. Like I was watching God of IQ for like 3 hours yesterday. He's over 400 wins on twins, right? He's He's got 400 wins. Imagine. Nah, this gamer is like new. Oh my god! Bro, dead-hearted into the blood, the blood warden. I don't know if we have enough time. Yes! Oh my god, Avian! Huge. That was huge. GG's. Nah, that was insane. It was Remember Me. I was like, why is that door taking so long? Nah, W Gaming. Beautiful. Y'all are insane, GG's. It's good teamwork. It's good teamwork, honestly. Yeah, hot match. The beam saves, the teamwork. I mean, Scratch Mirror Myers on that map is just this guy with this knife who runs around, right? But yeah, Jill, what I was saying, like if you're UK and you load into a game and you hear that sound, that twin sound, and you've got to be thinking, fuck, it's him, right? Like, every game you load up could be like, oh, I could be going against God of IQ, who's doing a fucking 400 win streak on twins. And all of them, like, most of them is 4K4, 4K5. Like I said, I watched for 3 hours yesterday, and I think one game was a little tight. With a Sable on RPD that was genning her life away. They got 3 gens done before they all died. I saw maybe 2 games that did 2 gens, and the rest of the games is like 4K4, 4K5. And I was like, I don't know, like, I like Mike. Like, I think he's a very interesting person. I've learned so much from him. I really liked gaming with him for the tourneys. But having to go against him when he's on a win streak? That can't be good for anyone. The amount of shit he gets. People get so angry in endgame chats over the slugging twins. I mean, I might get frustrated. Like, I don't know. I might get frustrated. But I don't feel a need to, like, say dumb stuff about it in endgame chat, though. He's used to it, though? Yeah. And he has a command now, because when people come into the stream, he just had a message tabbed saying like, hey, You know, you may have had a shitty game, I understand, but there's no need to like come in here and talk shit, you know? A wraith? I think I heard a bell. I did hear a wraith bell. So that game when I got canned by Zaka in the basement, I wrote an endgame chat, just do gens when they can, so you don't throw the game for everyone. It's not that hard. Okay. That's not even like super bad, such a super bad thing to say, I don't think. Drummer Wish, good morning, welcome in. I hope you are comfortable and you have your coffee and you're having your chill morning. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 44. And good to see you again. The filtered version of your headset's something different, but I won't type. Oh, okay. Good morning. You've got your coffee? Wonderful. Yeah, it's unnecessary. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Your car's in the shop again? Oh. Oh, I'm... Bro, he almost missed that. Oh, this is not a safe pellet. That was due. Focusing on laundry on this Earth Day. Good. Get your chores done. What's wrong with your car now, Drummer Witch? When do you expect it back? I finally started to remember how to play Survivor as a team by looking at the left action icons. The HUD is worth gold, Mr. Fox. Whether you're in a Swift or in solo queue, the HUD tells you how you need to play. If one person is hooked, 2 on gens and 1 in chase, then one of the 2 gen people needs to unhook. Which is what I've been trying to deduce to reach that message. Yeah, it's just common sense. Oiled up clown cosplay when? Hi, VJ. It's not on the calendar, honestly. I have to be honest with you. I'm not planning it anytime soon. I'm a little sad that she didn't heal me. Happy Wednesday, anyway. Car's making creaking noise. No. Hoping to hear about a fix today. Oh shit, yeah, this is now I'm dead. This is very frustrating. And I'm stuck on literally nothing. I hope it gets, I hope it's not a problem. I hope they know what they can do to help fix the car. Because that's kind of frustrating. Did you, do you need your car, Drummer Witch, to help with looking after your mom? Or is it for Ubering when you get a chance? Happy Earth Day, everyone! We are part of the raid train today. We're the first one in line. And we're gonna be raiding out at 5 to the next person in the raid train. And all of these amazing streamers here in the chat message are all coming together to contribute to Earth Day, just for us to remind our communities and ourselves to you know, think about climate. Just a little second, a little moment in time to think about climate change and looking after the earth and our environment. You drive Uber. So it's been a little rough not having it. Oh yeah. I remember you drive for Uber. That sucks. That's really frustrating. Oh my god, you know what's frustrating? Me dying to this wraith. Oh my god, there's no pallet here. GG's. This is gone. Unlucky. Hi, Ruthful. I see you. Welcome in. Happy Earth Day indeed. Good morning. Sorry, I'm just grabbing some stuff here. How are you? How is California weather this morning? DS Gaming, we love to see it. Hi, I'm here. Good big time zone, I should say. Yes, it's afternoon. We're at 3 p.m. over here. Overcast here today so far. Okay. It's beautiful weather here in the Netherlands today. Oh my god, the dead art. No dead art. Unlucky. Thanks for setting up this raid train. And what a wonderful opportunity for the streamers to come together to have a little thought about Earth Day today. You sent a screenshot and die for cheese instead of the connected game? Okay, kinda happy I tunneled the right person looking at their builds. Oh my god, he's giving him the nopers. Sorry, I don't know why my game is acting up today. Oh yeah! I mean, you're gonna get judged for playing Rize, you are aware, right? Gen rushing. I see it. You're him, her? Okay. Hi, Sealy. The ghoul it is. You're able to rejoin? Oh my god. They make this? They make this? Where did the... How the hell did the Cheryl ended up behind them? I don't know. Jeez. W escape. You want to see them Nopers again? Yes, me too. Good teamwork. These gamers are gaming. Ruthful, are you still here? I just want to verify with you because of the time differences in the schedule. I am raiding out in 2 hours, right? Is that correct? And also, okay, cool. Just checking. I saw that NG, I don't think she was I was able to tag her in the Discord. If for whatever reason she's not live or not live in time, I can keep going. Like if you need me, I'm right out to the next person. Just FYI, I have time. Yeah, he's not going to get more coffee. You're fine. I just wanted to ask, to check. Seems like a good plan. Jill wants to see more DVD today. More of everything. This is mine. Why are we running over there? Bro, we're on UK and it's twins. Is it Mike? I think it's another skin. Awesome. We'll keep you posted. Yeah. Not everyone joined the Discord, so I'm doing a lot with DMs today. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What, Seely? Tell me. You miss Blood Moon BP so bad? Me too, Glenny. I'm trying not to think about it. You thought twins had gone extinct? No, they're very much alive. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I was saying that I was hanging out over at God of IQs yesterday. He's on a 400+ win streak with twins. And it's really difficult. Oh my god, that's his build! That's actually his build. Undying Thrill Ruin. I'm scared now. Okay, it's not his skin though. It's not him. It's just some it's a person that watched his stream and was like, hey, that seems like a really good build on twins. Let me also do that. Bro, I got scared for a second. You had Lilith one more yesterday. You had Lilith again. Did you give him another new world record? I'm next, guys. I'm so next. Well, I handled it long enough. Your fourth time facing them? No, but Wolf's got flashlight save against him. Nice! Unlucky. You've done 10 prestiges since the event ended. I was doing more than that in a day. Yeah, I know, Glenny. I don't want to think about it. MFT! Gorgeous! I don't know that this is a good place for everyone to be at. This could be the 3-man slug here. You just want Gabe as close to 80 as possible so I can pop 5 P100s and focus on getting survivors at P20. Holy shit, Glenny. How far? Yeah. It's a really good... It's a really good, are we DCing? Okay. It's a really good place to be in. The problem is, I think if the anniversary starts right after the anniversary party, then we're already looking at the anniversary starting in 6 weeks. So I was even like in trouble realizing that I might not even get my 3 because I was spreading my blood points around different characters on Blood Moon. That I ended up not getting anyone to P80. So Talita's 75 now. So it's, I was gonna do Meg and Talita. So Talita is 75. And Meg is 70. Dwight is 50. And Adam is 40. That was gonna be my 4. But if I want to put points into other people during anniversary as well, because I want to put points into Sable. Because of the Twitch shirt is so amazing looking. I want to have cakes on her so I can play her on stream. I don't know how I'll manage. The gen you were working on was so cursed. You missed like 8 skill checks? Wait, what? That is a curse. Anniversary is usually when you play DBD the most, stacking cakes. Exactly, Drummerwitz. That's your time to lock in and get your points, get your cakes, work on prestiging, whether it's survivors that you want the perks for or killers that you want to play. That's the time to play. You want to do Talita P20 as well? I mean, I've not played DBD yesterday all day, so I'm not going anywhere if I don't change my if I don't change my habits about playing DBD like this month. You bought a Talita cosmetic? She has such good stuff, so I can see why. Hi, Taze. Happy Wednesday. Bro, that's our third Baba of the day. I'ma keep gaming. I'ma just be on DBD. 3 Babas in a day? Oh my god, he's gonna kill me. No! Oh, fuck me. Join when you were live? I know, but you were second. Oh. Working with your friends in the garden, so getting around too much in the gym now. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Oh, it's such a good day to be working in the garden, Taze. What a good idea. I hope you made some progress. Also want to get your P9s from last year to P20. I didn't have time to. Jesus, Glenny, that's a lot of wishes for prestigious. Almost finished one part of it. Was overgrown with ivy. Oh! Did you, but not least. Yay! Good taste. Good work. Painter's Dead Mans. You can post the before and after pics. I want to see. Am I the only one that's curious? I kind of want to see. It's 3 weeks, Glenny. Last year was 4 weeks, but that was because there was all the problems for the Xbox players, right? That couldn't play. Something with the updates, so then they extended it for a week. But usually it's 3 weeks. I mean, I'm expecting behavior to not do the anniversary before the anniversary party. So we're at least looking at mid-June. I mean, there's a yellow gen. Is that Blast Mine or is it Trill? It's not Blast Mine, it was Wiretap. Yeah, Wiretap. No TR. Yeah, we're trying to figure out why there was no TR. Avian suggesting Tinkerer. We're 3-genning over there. He's not chasing air, he knows it's a 3-gen. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ah, that's too bad. Lovely fake, thank you, I enjoyed that. That's how Bubba would drive? Probably, Drummer Witch, probably. Good effort, AVN, why not? You may need to take the 3 out. Oh, it didn't stun him. What? The pictures in the Discord? Wonderful. We're gonna run a quick ad break, gamers. We're gonna run it now before we go into next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. Where are these Discord pictures? Oh my god. So this is how it started. And this is how it's looking now. So much work done. Beautiful. Holy. Where's the other picture? It's here. That's great. Well done. Excellent work. Thanks for sharing. Very inspirational. It does look like a lot of work. You're already exhausted from that, so it's taking a little easier today. The gym, I mean, you've already done your workout technically, right? As long as you get your exercise in, it's good. And it's good to be sensible about the workout after you've pretty much already done a workout. Hold on. Pouring a new drink. And it was your second week working on it? Helping Taiwan in herself really inspired me to keep work outside in the garden. Oh my god, I love that. That is so cool. What a good way to inspire each other. And such a good way to spend your time. I have a very smelly dog here. You can smell her all the way up. Wesker, for me? Do I have fibromyalgia? Or if I have spells so they can't review all that heavy work without being in immense pain? Yeah, I mean, it's good that you're doing it together. You did it solo? Even better. There's a gen here in the dead end. I might progress this. Ayo, and the save. That was a beam save from Avian, I think. Wonderful. Pallet save, maybe. It was a pallet save. Beautiful. Timeball can come every 2 weeks, so I have a Wednesday free, so I'm going to help them on that day. Good! What a good way to spend your time. Like, keep active, keep your mind off of things, you know, like being away from Timebone and, of course, your work situation. Why am I seeing all the gens? Hello? Hopefully her house will be done soon, so I can go visit her and stay with her some weekends. That would be great. Are they renovating? Ah, you brought a map? Cool. Oh, this sucks. Oh.
That all you have.
I don't know if all the pallets are dropped over at my basement, so I'm just gonna run this way. Wanting to pop in, I'm still alive. Good for you, only. Glad to hear you're doing good. And thanks for coming to say hi. Little pain resonance. You're on a DVD break, so I'm trying not to watch DVD or play it. I'll be back soon. Good idea. We've kind of estimated that the chance of anniversary coming in 6 weeks is it's possible. So take your break. And I appreciate you coming to say hi and checking in still only. 8.6 procedures a day to hit your goal without getting F your P3s to P20. It's very doable, Glenny. 8 procedures a day. Holy shit. I actually think that if you put in a full day's work while you're swiffing, I think I managed 15 a day. But 8 prestiges a day is doable. That's if you have time. That's if you have time to game for the amount of hours you need to get on the daily. Perfect time to come back. Good, 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 good. You've taken a break for a year and a half. I mean, you have a lot of other stuff to do nowadays. You're not gaming a whole lot in general, I don't think. LOL! Last Dance! Oh no. Unlucky. And that's without talking about touching Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah, there's only so much prestiging you can do. This is a very unsafe healing spot, by the way. There he is. I made a mistake.
Playtime.
I am wondering so many things right now. Because I dropped that pellet, and also I was standing right there and he grabs Avian? That was random as fuck. Thank you for taking the hit. Avian had DS. But he's still on Death Hook and in chase now. This gen got finished. Okay, that's really helpful. You had very bad first 3-4 days, crazy withdrawal, but slowly urge is going away since I told myself I want a break. That's good, only. That's good. And there's lots of other games to play, like just try to distract yourself with other fun games. Thank you for the lurk. Resi 3, good choice. Good choice. Thanks for hanging out, only. You rarely game at all these days? Life is too busy? Yeah. I don't know, gamer. Holy. Bro, I just bought us enough time for an escape. Like, are you kidding me right now? Oh, we're 99 gates. Nice. Well, that sucks. GG.
Too bad.
I was surprised about the cooldown of the cancelled animation of the grab, right? Because he did the one dash and then he just stood there holding it with Egg, the training wheels, the Wesker training wheels, and then I go in and he has it back already? Like, what the fuck? I was not expecting that. Oh, it wasn't even Egg. Well, GG. P100, strong Wesker. Used to the game to lose myself in it. Don't need it as much anymore after therapy, so it's nice to put myself into other things. Yeah, it's perfect, Ace. Perfect. It's nice to have it as an option. Like, I like to think that if I want to like talk to people or hang out, I can go online and be with people. And if I just needed to take my mind off things, I can also do that. You would like to get 2 of your P3s to P20 because they've gotten cosmetics that I've made my decide. I really like this character. Yeah, I guess we're never gonna not be... Oh, I don't have enough still. We're never gonna be not interested in prestiging characters, right? Whether it's for a cosmetic or anything else. Yeah, I saw Mr. Fox. I really thought I was getting out of that game. I was, my bad. MVP is a goat. Thank you. I got clocked by that Wesker though. I'm salty about it. Though I'm also thinking of going back into therapy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Just because being in a relationship has made me see new problems. Yeah, and so every new, like, phase in life will potentially bring, like, new stuff to light where you feel like you want to talk about it or, like, read into it. If you can, Taze. Good, if it's helping you. What the fuck? I need a spoon for this. I don't have a spoon here. Nice! Sometimes I don't know where I am. No, let me correct that. I never know where I am on this map. Oh my god, is it Ghostface? No. Oh, it is! Oh, fuck my life. I'm gen rushing. Somebody keep this man busy while I finish all the gens. All the therapy before was good for me and helped me. Just now, I know there are more issues I struggle with, so it might be worth it. Yeah, and it helped you so much, and you've completely opened up to, you know, making the most out of therapy to get better in the end. Like, be a better you, I mean. There's nothing wrong with that. At least asking about it maybe only once in a while. Yeah! I mean, Taze, all it might need is one conversation, honestly. He's right there, by the way. Sometimes, all it takes is one conversation just to, like, get it off your chest, get the other perspective. He was back with us. Unbelievable. He left Mr. Fox. Holy hell. I wonder... He's not used as exposed once, by the way. He's just a sneaky... M1 gamer. I don't know. Hi Lucky, welcome in. Happy Wednesday, how are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 26. Let's go. Do you think he knows about the DS? He whiffed that, by the way. That's... No! Oh my god, he's gonna eat another DS if he picks Avian now. Grim picked Avian for MFT. Avian gets shacked here. Heals. Thank you. He's... Does he make it anywhere? Cause he's Deathhook. I'm sorry, that's Surge. Hello, Serotonin. Welcome in. How are you? He says he's going to be friendly. I mean, we're in a 4-man swift. Honestly, we just want to play the game. We don't really care about farming. But anyway, happy Wednesday. Happy gaming. He's going to your gate. Gamers, you're injured. Holy hell, Grim put up a hell of a last chase there. He's coming back. I see a crow. Wait. Oh, they're just moonwalking out the door. Good. GG's. GG, W escape. Good teamwork. Excellent chase, Grim, at the end. Wonderfully played. Both times. Hey, yo. Oh my god, I made such a mess of myself. It's the Scotsman. Lovely reaction. It was Staggy's, guys. You're all too cute. Nah, you. Bro, I made a fucking ass of myself. So annoying. I fucking hate it when I'm trash in other people's stream. Both of my hits were free. Like, completely free. Very annoying. Hey, Angie! Welcome in! Happy Raid Train day indeed! How are you? Happy time zone. Good morning. I think I'm raiding into you today. How are you feeling? Are you ready? So nice to meet you. So excited about today. Me too. Me too. We already got this show on the road a couple hours back because I had extra time. Hi, and welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 11. Yeah, I was explaining earlier about how I'm reminded about climate change and the environment on the daily. I work on a horse stables, horse farm, and we always have to you know, work together to how do I explain this in English? It's like, yeah, you're very environmentally conscious, like how we deal with the manure, working with other parties, how to keep the environmental guidelines and stuff. So yeah, I wanted to talk about that for a little bit today. And yeah, my connection to Earth Day for that. and the group here coming together. The streamers is such a wonderful opportunity.
Meep_sweetest followed your
Thank
channel.
you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Ayo Staggy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the game.
Staggies
GG's.
followed your channel.
GG's. W UK servers, guys. Avian, thank you for taking us UK. Sorry, gamers. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Enjoy. Angel, thank you so much. Angie, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate you.
Angie
Oh.
Noel followed your channel.
Oh, what's happening? I'm not paying attention. Hold on. Gamers, thanks so everyone for the follows. Thanks for the support for the channel. I really appreciate it. Happy Wednesday, everyone. She just turned up this TV and now I can play her. Good. Easy. You gotta leave for 10? Alright, thank you for the games, Mr. Fox. Oh, you have to take care of your sister. She's got the flu. I hope she feels better. I'm feeling better now that I threw together same programming today for your stream. You threw together. Okay, good. Good, Angie. How are you doing? I'm good, thank you. I already went to the horses this morning. It's a really wonderful day out here in the Netherlands today. It's great weather. And it's been good games. I have a wonderful team with me today. So it's been really good. Why is this TV back? Okay. So yeah, we're good. So Pesci, thank you so much for the daily. Enjoy your treat. Thank you for the 3. You just got back from your walk. Nice, and I'm glad you got to enjoy the weather as well. It's so nice outside. You started the CG stop today. It's no Retro Rewind. I mean, Retro Rewind was something else, right? That game just like came in like a wrecking ball. That was a good game. Horses are so great. Yes, I love working over at the horses. They're kind of like roaming free in like the area. So when we're like cleaning and carrying, we're always like, oh my god, we're always like in between of the horses. Oh my god, I'm sick. Since when does it take 3 fucking... Ugh! Oh. I don't see her. I have no idea. It's because of fucking Pentimento. Normally... Oh. Normally you're... I can't see this... Well, fuck me, I guess. Normally it takes... You can take a tape out of a TV like once or twice. And you can do a gen comfortably. This was 3 fucking teleports to my TV. It does have Ruin and there was Penty. That's just annoying. But yeah, it's so nice working at the horses when they're all just walking there. You're in relationship with the land because of the animals you take care of? Exactly. That's why we have to look after the land, after the plants, the animals, you know, when we're building stuff. I need a TV stats. Hold on. Oh my god, we have another streamer. Why are we swinging? I'm not there. It's another streamer, guys. I can see the Twitch charms on the hook. Who is treating me to all these amazing gamers? No, 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 no! Why am I in range of a TV? I'm dying. I'm just dying. Oh my god. Oh no! That was very close. Guys, I need a TV. Don't teleport here, please, for the love. Yep. Sounds about right. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Nice. Thank you, Avian. I don't know if she's Bam Bam, but I'm gonna try go again. I cannot believe my luck! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. When the PV is highlighted in white, it means you're in range. That's it. That's it. Did you guys Stagis? Yes, we faced Stagis was the ghost face. Ah! We got the Chucky Enjoyer! GG's. Let me go say hi.
Another Lobosum followed your channel.
Actually, a little bit early, just so we can start. Okay, Tori gained a snack. Reckon she's over here somewhere? Nope, maybe not. As soon as you get picked up, we need to teleport to the TV. Maybe we go now? Because I reckon I'll probably turn the TV off if that's smart. Yeah, Tori and Renato both gained a snack. Here they are. Okay, we break this. We get rid of all the resources. MB, welcome on in. I'm so sorry, MB. I played really evil that game. I had to. We're doing a challenge where we go for slugging on one game and hooking on another and see which gives us better results. And you, unfortunately, got my slugging on Rio. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm literally so excited too, Christy. I cannot wait for it. There's going to be so many great people there. Okay, when it gets to end game, if there's like going to crawl up the door or something, then we'll be inclined to hook. But that's about it.
Slugging on Rio? Well, we had it for a
hit.
fucking while. Yeah. That's why I put it up, Lenny. I put it up so you could hear.
I ran to the TV, TP2 twice. I was always trying to keep track of where you are and making sure I teleport to the TVs just before you can grab a tape. And then hopefully, like, then also be able to get you condemned as well, or be able to, like, get you down to the speed with some bloody fingernails. So you got very, very unlucky there. Alright, this will be a down on the Renato. Will. Okay, Adam leaves, so we get a Morik.
Nah, I ran this, man. Thank you everyone for the follows. I appreciate your support for the channel. Yeah, lots of friends today. GG's. All right. Yeah, super wholesome. I mean, he's there's no shame in losing to Chucky Enjoyer, honestly. That gamer's cracked. Yes, it's very sunny here, and sorry gamers, I was locked in. Let me catch up in chat. I love the giraffe hat. Thank you, Ruthful. I love it too. It's it was actually redeemed from one of my long time subscribers that resubbed today, and we got the giraffe hat, and I love it, and I'm just gonna wear it. I'm just gonna keep it on. She should have a CD on her teleport to condemn his spam is horrible. It's sunny here too. I went for a nice long walk and some ice cream. Nice and nice. That sounds like you enjoy that. When TV is highlighted exactly, it means you're in range. Yeah, but when I was in Maine, I didn't see anything. And then I saw the TV at Shack. Twice I was at the TV and didn't manage to get a tape out in time. That's disgusting. Ruthful, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, you cleansed everything, Grim. You guys played so well, and Avin coming in to take hits for me. I was so unlucky. I did the gen. You can see from my POV, the gen that I was on in the circus. You could not see the TV. You know, normally it's white. You could not see the TV turn back on from where I was sitting, which I would have gone to take the tape, and it would have been GG easy, no problem. Anyway, another Loba simp. You were watching from their side. Oh, I hope it was a good one. And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support. Courtney will be so happy. She loves Staggies. I mean, he played Ghostface. Like, it's not good. We can't be supporting the Ghostface gamers. Pretty, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 61. Happy Wednesday. I would like to be good in Unreal, but I feel like you need really good map knowledge. Yeah, and what he was saying, right? Oh, they didn't want this map. Is it Myers? Doesn't matter. Incel Gooner with the fucking Noet. Alright, we go and load back up. Leave for 1 match and you get a Hex Killer. Yes! Well, you're back now. Yeah, like what Choose was saying was how he keeps track of the TVs and kind of like the relation of where you are and teleporting to the TVs where the survivors are going to be at. That's actually what clocked me. Yuck, moldy Unreal. Makes you itchy? I mean, especially with the skin, with that skin, right? That pig build was something? Yeah, I saw that, Phoenix. I was like, okay, I didn't mind not playing that. Oh, you've got spaghetti for dinner? Nice, and nice. I have one microwave meal left in my fridge. So I was like, okay, I buy another microwave meal and then we can just finish, you know, with leftovers, have some bread. But then I was looking at the supermarket and none of the microwave meals in the Digros, which I don't generally shop there, and none of them look good. So I bought a salmon poke bowl, which looked like so nice and fresh. It's got rice, beans, like your veggies. It's got salmon. I'm gonna eat it with a little bit of soya sauce. So I'm going to tell my husband that he's gonna need to eat that microwave meal because I'm having the salmon sushi bowl. Fresh spaghetti bolognese with fresh tomato sauce. Nice, and that's gonna be enjoyable. I do like a good bolognese. I really do. Oh, here comes the puppy again for a cuddle, guys. Hello. Are you all cuddly and sleepy? If you can hear us like a snorting like sound, that's the English bulldog breathing. They love being up here when I'm streaming. I don't usually take them upstairs. Yesterday I was sleeping on them, only not sleeping on them, sleeping on the couch with them, and they all like came and cuddled up with me. It was so adorable. I had one like in my arms and the other one was like all over my legs. Do you know how like when you lay on your side you have a little like triangle where your if your legs are pulled up, so the other dog was like in the little triangle of the legs. Your cat does that too? They do love to be around us. What do they? Hi. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Slap. Good stuff. Your cat prefers when you hold them? Oh, really? Oh, my cat just likes to sleep on top of me. I think this is Avian coming in with the killer behind them. I'm gonna need to go. Yo! Ran your fastest 5K? Wait, I thought we were doing weights today. What happened? Yeah, I just want to go back to my gen, honestly. Yeah, he knows. Does he? No, he doesn't. You ran 6K? But he was... oh my god, he's coming back, isn't he? Tinkerer undetectable on Power Pop. Oh. Well, I might be dead here, but we'll see. Nate, Claire, Nate. Oh, he's not here. Good. Lucky for me. Alright, let's see what we can find in this chest here. Let's make the most out of it. A beam? Imagine the damage that I could do with this beam. I don't know that the killer knows the trouble that they're in. Okay, I take this toolbox. Maybe I'm better off doing gens. You saw the sun and needed to investigate what it was. Good for you, Jess. AOW, fastest 5K and a 6K run. I love that, Jess. Your cats love it. Your cats love it too. But when you lay down on your side, he wants to be held. Aww. That's grim. He was underneath me. Fuck. I've turned down Avian stream. Okay, they've gone for now. Okay, I'm gonna go back on this gen. So Grim already said he's undetectable upon gen pop. And he's not on him. Oh, he's back to hook. Okay, I do this gen. I keep getting blisters under your blisters. Jess. That sounds awful. It's not Elfie. We have 4-man. Thank you. I hope you have good games today. Blisters under your blisters? Are you trying to tell me that running was not a good idea? Yeah, Mr. Fox, that's the new Myers. They can mori you when you're full health, when you're death hook. GG's. It sucks. Your cat definitely acts like a baby. I love that. Okay, Bam Bam, Tinker. Okay, Tinker. So he's Tinker now. I don't know that he chases Avian. He does. I didn't know he could just insta-kill on Death Hook. Yes. Rip, yeah. It's frustrating, annoying, and all sorts of everything. It's silly. Running is silly. Don't do that. I won't, Jess. But I'm still very jealous of your commitment to it. And running your fastest 5k just now today, that's huge. Is he on Grim? Oh, he's back. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. Camping something. Dead Art or BC or Dead Art or both. I find another gen. Maybe this gen? It's not ideal. DS. Beautiful. Nice medium. Wait, he already like leveled up? Insanity. I know he's there. Undetectable. I just keep running. I'm just gonna keep running. It doesn't matter. I don't think he's here. He's not. Bro, there's another gen on this side. Who knew? Who knew? Gamers, we are celebrating Earth Day today with these wonderful streamers. We're part of a raid train. We are the first ones to start. We are going to be raiding out in about 40 minutes to the wonderful Angie Noel, who's going to continue the raid train here. We're live for, let's see, more than 12 hours in total as a group. So be sure to show the other creators for Earth Day some love as we come together and spend some time thinking about the environment and climate change together. Oh my god, they got the fucking wiggle. I don't know if Avian needs help. Oh! I need help, if anything. I make this right. Was that a normal launch or was that coup? Myers scared the crap out of you? Nah, he does. Scares. And Avian just walks out. GG. Let's go. Good chase. Coup! It was coup! Coup Tinkerer. And as Grim already said, the other perks were Pain Res and Bam Bam. We're gonna run an ad break, guys. We're gonna do it now before we're going to the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Bam. You called Bam Bamboozle the other day, SMH. I mean, officially that's what it's called, no? There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think. Or was it kind of like an awkward, silly... Oh, Bambooble. Okay, now that's silly. See, I read it too fast, so I called Bambooble Bamboozle just now. Thank you, Glenn, for keeping me straight. Let me check something. Bambooble. I mean, it's common to make stuff like that, right? When you're trying to say two words and it just turns into this whole other word or something. Oh, the dogs are playing, guys. They're so cute. We're facing Xenomorph. Gosh, you really haven't played in a while, have you, Mr. Fox? Coup on Myers is scary. Is lunch already scary? Yeah, I don't think you need coup on Myers. I mean, I suppose it's an easier down within exposed, but still, you could... There he is. He's there. Don't go there. Don't go there. But I think you could do better with different perks, honestly. Sorry, I need this. Why is he not out? He is out. Nice. That's fine. I'll take payment of every cosmetic and DVD. Thanks. Yeah, I'll get to that, Glenny. You deserve it, honestly. Shit. Oh. Okay, I'm a little sick and hurt by that. Ah, look how far I am! There's no way you make that distance, bro! What the fuck? I'm learning new things about fucking Xenobite over here. What the fuck? Moneybags, they call you? I see. He's a punk. Yo, what? Like... Did you guys see that? Like the first time I was like, okay, questionable, but benefit of the doubt, maybe I was too close. But that second one was definitely not in range. That's mental. Gift of pain, y'all. I do like Blink 182, to be honest. I got hit from a mile away, like Nemi tier 3 this morning. Oh! For educational purposes, how many inches, right? Jesus. I feel like I should go, but I also feel like I want to help Avian with this turret. Oh. I put it here. You always stay out of context? You had to? You had to. Your hands were tight. Oh. Hi, fools. What's up? Happy Wednesday, gamer. How are you? Problems? Yeah, this alien knows what they're doing. Sag. Oh, that one didn't hit. I see. Shit. You're all good? You just woke up? Oh shit, did you have a late shift last night? I mean, not judging. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you just woke up and it's fine. Like, I didn't mean to sound judgmental. It's good, it's good. We're chilling. We're having some nice games today. With a wonderful crew that kind of got together last second sporadically, but it's really working out. Like, the gamers are gaming, and, you know, I'm here for it when we have a good team. It was Gift of Pain and Pain Res? Okay, we're full Volts. We're 4. A wonderful saying from Micah's favorite killer. I love that about myself. I can be out of context and sometimes I don't even notice it. If it's funny, it's funny. It's good enough. You did work last night, but also I would wake up between 3 and 4. Hello, how is up? That dog. She's just trying to eat my food. Oh my god, you're such a demon. The Dead Heart. That gamer is cracked, by the way. Volts, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 28, and the 7th stream streak. Let's go. Thank you so much. Now that Dead Heart was insane. Insane. Hold on, I have a DM. I'm just gonna keep checking because of the raid train stuff. Why? Hello? Why can't I see? Oh, problems. Okay, maybe this was not the way to go. I heard! Unlucky. I should have gone about it differently. Yes, they told. Celia already told me. I asked if there was another world record involved. Darn, you were hoping you'd get your other direct to proc for a quick pickup? Yeah. I mean, if I hadn't vaulted into him, I would have got a quick lift pickup and maybe an unhook before going down, and then we would have actually 2 people walking around instead of 1. But I just vaulted into him like a crazy maniac. Now we just need to meet you in a random pub. Actually, already did, right? That's how we met, Volt. What do you mean? I don't know why my game is doing that, and I'm very annoyed by it. It keeps... do you think I changed the setting? I must have changed the setting. I don't know. I don't know. Since we've had this 4-man down thing happen again, I will try experimenting with the UB. Cool, cool, cool. Usually you don't get slug when you bring UB, but then we still have the outcome that we want, right? Basically. Guys have the cutest dog picture. I'll post it in the Discord after this game. These dogs are so cute. Where are we going? A ghoul the ghoul. With corrupt. Okay. More corrupt. I love running into corrupt. What do we have here? We're facing the ghoul. More corrupts. Good for me. Solo. And thanks for joining the Discord. Oh. Oh, they're going for this hook, like literally. Juked. Oh. That's DMS. Or was it Grim? Or is it Grim DMS? And is this Ghoul the Ghoul bringing all the slowdowns? Kinda looks like he is. Deteriorators, it makes my heart sink. Right, Phoenix? People hate going against this killer. With good reason. W great skill checks. They're kind of looping underneath the hook because the unhooked thing is bar is filling. Interestingly. Mr. Fox gonna get the save. Wonderful. I was thinking I could go. It is okay. Famous Deadmans. So Grim, Famous Deadmans. We have a lot of gens with progress. I should have stuck my gen. This is stupid. Now we're both here. There we go, DMS. Oh! Well, fuck me. Tell me basement's not here. Love to see it. Beautiful. Hi, Kovac. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? You're doing good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. How is DBD treating you these days? We need to do gems. Avian took that down. I think he went to the DMS gen. Interesting choices. I don't know if I make this. If I hit my grades, maybe. Oh my god. Yes, they got the save, and this gen is unblocked again, so I'm going to go back to this. See what he does here. Changes to Avian. Shit. Oh, that's a Wiglif pickup when he changed to Grim. Okay. Avian's back up. Grim pulled off a mid-chase heal, by the way. And we're back in the game. Nah, these gamers are cracked. You're raging too much on DVD? How come, Kovac? Are you getting killers you don't like? Or is it playstyles? Wiglif, 4-stack of autodidact. That was a fast heal, Mr. Fox. I watched that on the HUD thinking, oh my god. Absolute fast pickup. There was another gen with a lot of progress that Avian was working on, but it got DMS'd. I was trying to go for a locker, but I didn't get there in time. You're getting gen rushed? Yeah. I guess that's the ever lasting debate, isn't it? Although I have to say, it's fast track right now that's very unbalanced, right? Patch Gaming, thank you, Mr. Fox. I understand the frustration though. Oh. Well, unlucky. I need to go and die because we don't have time to play another game otherwise. Unlucky. Alright, quick last game. Glenny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 45. You know I've forgotten to redeem that in like at least a few streams. Yes. You're going to try out Gen Rush? There's so many Gen Rush perks out there right now. Builds, even. Cuddly puppies. I'm gonna have to sit on the couch with them after stream. Okay, hola. Hola. Oh. See if we can squeeze in another game and see if I can find the wonderful NG who we're going to raid into. Let's go. Last game. And then we're going to raid out into NG as part of the Earth Day raid train, the Seed 2026 raid train, where all of the streamers involved engage together and remind everyone just to be mindful of the environment, climate change, anything that you can do. Any little thing that you can think of that you can do today to help out will be greatly appreciated. You're playing too much Deathslinger? Oh, Spirit. I'm so dead. Never mind me giving a free hit. Oh, no pellets. GG, no pellets. Oh, GG's no pellets anywhere. Nice. You leave him? You have him on P47? Nice! Oh my god, that's agitation. That's been a really good grind. Did you get so many points during Blood Moon? Exposed? Maybe? Starstruck Bane Res. She's got Will Make It. We love to see it. So yes, exposed. Well. That worked. That girl still has Will Make It. Is she here? Is she in chase? Can she heal me? Can you heal me? Heal me, heal me. Yes, thank you. You have P1, P50 Hunters and Bubba P100. Ayo, Kovac. And those are great killers to play. Where is this gem that I'm hearing? He's right here. No, she's on the phone. Okay. Alright. Oh. Well, this is a rough game. Hi, Kay. Welcome in. How are you? Good morning. Nah, she knows about the DS. She doesn't know about the Wiglif though. Already, she ate a Wiglif stack already earlier. GG's, GG's. How are you, Kay? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. You only like playing killer? You only like playing killer? I mean, we've had some pretty good Survivor games when you joined for games. What was it, last month? 2 months ago? I understand solo queue is not it, but bro, the dog just grabbed one of my plushies and is chewing on it right now. And I can't even be mad about it because I just find it so funny that they make up these things by themselves, right? She just... Unlucky. She just thought to herself, hey, let me go pick this toy and use it. It's funny if you think about it. You're doing well? Wonderful, Kay. How are you? How are games? I'm doing well, thank you. We're on the last game. We're part of a raid train for Earth Day. I don't think she's sticking this chase. Good for me. Yeah, games have been wonderful. We had a really good team here today. We had really good games. And the weather outside is so nice. I'm gonna go and take a nice walk with the dogs here after stream. So yeah, doing well. Thank you. So much fun. Oh. Fuck, I couldn't even vault back in time. She almost missed that too. And like some Hungry Killer tournament. Nice. That's so much fun though, Kovac. That's great. I just want to let you know, Angel's live. She can raid whenever you're ready. Thanks again for participating. Yes, I have her tabbed. Ruthful, thank you so much for checking in and managing the raid train. I appreciate it. Green V, welcome in. Yeah, as soon as this game is over, I'm raiding into NG. Ruthful, thank you once again for this opportunity to come together as a group to celebrate Earth Day. It's so nice getting to know new folks, trying new initiatives. So yes, thank you so much for this. Man, DS would have ate? I don't know English, guys. I'm not a native English speaker. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We're gonna go ready to raid the wonderful Angie, who's just chatting right now. She's just gone live. Like I said, also part of the raid train here today. Hi, Sunny. GG's. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks everyone for chatting, chilling, lurking, gaming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks everyone for the follows. I really appreciate all of your support for the channel. Please go and copy this raid message and spam it in Angie's chats while we say hi and connect together today over this Earth Day in this raid train. It's been an absolute pleasure being a part of this. I'll be back, I think, on Sunday. I think we'll do a variety stream on Sunday, chilling. Should be good. Should be good. 2v8 tomorrow, next week on Tuesday. We've got a lot of stuff planned for that as well. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. And Fabio, thanks again for the 40 months for the resub. I appreciate you. Gamers, have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survivor main, on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in